All right. Trying to get back on the saddle here. Got a moderate risk for severe weather today. Chance for damaging winds in excess of 75 miles an hour and potentially reaching all the way up to 100 miles an hour. There's also a 5% tornado risk to go along with it. So, looks like it's going to be a busy night. It's going to be a long stream. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in up to this point. Appreciate you. And I guess we'll just kind of settle in here. Still trying to figure out the reason why the settings on here as far as audio are so bad. Hope everybody's doing well. It's been a pretty busy day over towards the mid-Atlantic as well. There have been tornado warnings ongoing on and off throughout the day. I'm actually going to pause this now so we can get a look at everything at current time. We have 2 tornado warnings over here. This is towards the panhandles. Well, now it's just one. It's a nice little supercell that's popped up over here that does have an observed tornado and also a baseball-sized hail. This has just crossed over into the Texas border here. This is east of Tex line by about 7 miles. This also was confirmed by the public. Thankfully, this is going to remain over rural areas. Again, as I said before, Midwest is another point of interest. There's a tornado warning in Virginia here. This is over towards Birkdale here. Nice little discrete cell as well. Looks like we have some solid rotation from the looks of it. Not as good as the other storm, but still capable of producing a tornado. It is radar indicated. This is moving east at 20 miles an hour, located over Mosley. This is mainly going to be staying over rural areas. There are some locations to watch though. Pocahontas State Park, Skin Quarter, Beach, and Winterpock. So those are tornado warnings right now. We're going to have to watch the severe thunderstorm warning reports as well. We currently have a couple of storms that have 70-mile-per-hour tags on them, but the peak is going to be coming within the next 2 to 3 hours, really, in regards to that. Right now, we're covering more so the tornado threat at this point. We still have a couple more hours to go with this threat as well. Any storms that can mature out here still have a chance to produce tornadoes, and really all hazards over here as well. But these two systems are different. This is a system that's exiting out. This was causing severe weather over towards the deep south yesterday, including my area where we ended up under a warning. And then this is the system that's following in behind that. Got the severe thunderstorm warning towards Kansas, by the way. We're taking a look at here. This is a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. The main threat with this one's hail. Got our update on that. That was an update on the tornado warning over here in Virginia. Nothing has really changed with that so far. They're probably, I would expect them to potentially extend that since there's sufficient rotation on radar. So, like I said, we're kind of in a wait and see mode in regards to that. If you guys could, make sure you're hitting that like button if you haven't already, and also hit that subscribe button too if you could, please. Would help a lot. We also have Patrick Pineda live over here right now as well. He's over in Texas, chasing down these storms over here. His current location right now is over towards Sunray. He has a pretty good view of something nice. Sunray is not exactly sure how far away that is from the storm, but I'm pretty sure this is what he's on. Okay, so he's on this storm right here. This complex of storms already looks like it's starting to bow out. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Good to see you. This storm's really starting to ramp up here, by the way. Very well-pronounced tail core, too, might I add. But rotation's more so towards the center of the storm. If this can really get its act together, it could drop even a big one. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That would be incredible, man. We need more in the field, you know? Yeah, just weather wear is really good, man. I would hope that if I had kids that they would either be like a musician or meteorologist. I mean, I'll see how it would go ultimately, but I wouldn't force them to do anything. Ooh, watching the NASCAR race while I'm at it. But I wouldn't force them to do anything that they wouldn't want to do, though, so I'd be okay with either or. But definitely would love it if they were into metal and playing an instrument, guitar, drums, whatever, or, of course, into weather. Taking your kid to work would come pretty easily. Just takes them out storm chasing. Could even be in our own backyard. Well, they're done for the day. Man, speaking of storm chasing, man, I got some rough news, unfortunately. And that's why I've been offline the last couple of days. I'm just trying to figure out how to get things under control. It's just been kind of crappy. They never like what you like. Oh. Yep. Looks like we got a new tornado warning here. This is in Texas. The Virginia storm is... Oops. Oh, man, I need to get a better soundboard. Oh, man. This tornado warning, by the way, it's radar indicated. It's for Armstrong County. This is 10 miles southwest of Claude. It's dragging along at a lowly 10 miles an hour. This also has potential for up to 2-inch hail here. It's going to stay over rural areas, thankfully, in Armstrong County. That was funny. But yeah, I hear that a lot. Obviously, I'm not a parent, so I wouldn't know, but yeah, that sounds about right. My dad was into old school R&B. I would go to his DJ gigs. I had no issue with it, but obviously I went in a much different direction. The coolest part about all of it, though, is how supportive my parents were. I mean, obviously they don't always have to agree with everything I do, but the fact I always appreciate that support, especially considering they're Christian and a lot of people. And there's the huge stigma around metal, which is honestly a bunch of crap, but well, not entirely a bunch of crap, but I understand people's concerns, but I don't. Last time I checked, I'm not. Let's not get into that. That's not a topic for the stream. That is a pretty looking supercell right up here. It's near the highway too, so and it looks like it's kind of paralleling it a bit. It's actually going to cross in a little while, but if you're over towards like text line right here, well, you'd actually be behind it. Actually, I would want to be on 1879 here, so I could get out ahead of it. And then go over towards where, go on 102 and get up there. It's alright, dude. It's alright. Yeah, this ain't really, nah, I don't want to get myself in trouble talking about the music, talking about the relationship between metal and religion. Because there are some sects of the genre that are actually like that. Most of the stuff that, like 95 to like 97% of the stuff that I listen to isn't about that. Even if some of the musicians are, they don't go around doing half the stuff that people stigmatize them for doing. Like, pretty much all of them don't, so there's that. They just go out, play heavy music, have a couple drinks, and that's that. Stark cry from some of the other genres. Ooh, I wish we had a visual on this storm right here. It is so rural out here, though. There is like next to no DOT cameras at all. So, unfortunately, no storm chasers on here, so no visual right now. It is what it is. Chaser we are looking at right now, Patrick Pineda, man, he's got a pretty looking storm right now. And it isn't tornado warned, but I do expect this to start gusting out here. It almost kind of already has that look like we got that backwards C shape. Hey, what's up, contingents? Good to see you, man. You're just barely here. That's no good. I mean, if you're busy, then I understand that. I appreciate you even tuning in. Oh. I was about to say, if it's something bad that happened to you, I'm like, no, dude, take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. I was about to say. Yeah, not that. Yeah, I understand if you're at work. I appreciate it either way, man. Yeah, you can't say barely here, man. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Both of these storms are still tornado warned. Texas only. Okay, okay, I get it, contingents. I'm sorry. I am sorry, sir. How you been? How you been, man? It's been a while since I've seen you. Also, guys, if you haven't, don't forget to hit that like button. Aw, yeah, Monday. I'm just hoping that, hang on. Hang on, y'all. 1 second. Alright, I am back. My food just came in, so I'm actually going to turn off the camera, but I'm still going to be here. You aren't going to hear me nomming, though. At least that's the goal, is for you not to hear me. All in the meanwhile, severe thunderstorm warnings are really starting to increase in coverage here. We're starting to get an increase in the considerable tags here, too, so things are starting to develop rather quickly. It might be a little bit earlier than previously forecasted here. And those little incidentals are always a thing when it comes to the weather. We got some cube steak, and we have some greens. Went to a comfort restaurant. I went with a comfort restaurant today. Well, I went with some soul food today. Let me finish this voting poll real quick, and then we'll get started with eating here in a minute. Here we go. Simple one here. You can use weather models if you like, or just kind of go off of what you're seeing on the radar now, honestly. So basically, for anyone that needs context here, we have a extension of this tornado warning here. This is down to radar indicated, and the hail size has dropped off, which is good news. But we're now into Dallam County at this point. Some areas we need to watch for is, of course, where. Otherwise, we're still pretty rural. Yep. Yeah, you just radar for day of events. I can't lie. I use a combination. Always do. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the food real quick. Camera's gonna be off, but I'm still gonna be here, of course. Just trying to make sure you guys all can hear me properly, though. We're gonna turn up Patrick's audio because he's on something pretty nice over here. It's not tornado warned, but it's still pretty cool. He's over in Stinnett right now. It does look like it's trying to get its act together, though, and get more organized. I do think this is going to be part of that main line that we end up seeing like consolidate together, or part of it. It's further convection off here to the south, so I think we're going to see some imminent mergers here in due time. The thing about all these storms right now is that they're moving pretty slow. This is really the fastest that I've seen yet. This is at like 30 miles an hour. The average that I've seen has been about maybe 15 to 20. One thing about this environment today is that there is a lot of energy out here available. There's so much cape. And I think that's also why the wind threat is so high in general. I see it. Broad rotation. You can actually see it on his feed here. Broad rotation starting to come in on Patrick's stream here. Uh-oh. Oh, Patrick almost got himself stuck. Keep an eye on this scud right here that he's talking about. These little small pieces of cloud here. Look for a rising motion with this as we go forward. If this is going up in the storm, that means there's healthy inflow. It might try to do something. There's a narrow window for it, but it can be done. This is the storm that he's on right here. And this is Stinnett right around this area here, so he's got a great view of the storm. The good news is also he's got a couple good road options to try and get out ahead of this. or stay out ahead of it. We might be seeing a touchdown here in a little bit. Right now, the rotation that he's talking about on 152 is pretty broad, but it is there. I do see what he's talking about. It's this little pop. It's this little pocket right here. Still going forward with the severe thunderstorm warning for now, but they have probably added the... Oh, this has actually got a destructive tag for 3-inch hail. This is a beast of a storm right here. One thing about this environment is the fact that this isn't really an environment that's amped for tornadoes. It's really more of a damaging wind type of deal. But there's still enough low-level shear and plenty of energy here, plenty of cape, to where we could overcome that. The other thing about it is these storms are expected to congeal into a line, so eventually we're going to lose these discrete supercells, and if we have a tornado threat that remains, it's really going to be more of an embedded tornado threat. Not so much a threat where we have isolated supercells everywhere, multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes, that kind of deal. That's why today's moderate risk is more for damaging winds than anything else. We're a little bit on the lower end of the spectrum in regards to tornadoes, or tornado potential, I should say. There's where the rotation is. Somewhere up in there is where it's trying to happen. So probably the reason why we're struggling in regards to this storm becoming surface based like he's referring to is due in large part to the contrast between the surface temp and the winds. We have a lot of instability in the dew points, I mean, not the winds. The surface temp right now over towards this region, let me go ahead and actually pull that up, make sure I give you the right numbers. But we're in the mid to upper, we're in the upper 80s into even the mid 90s over towards this region here. Oops. Well, I might as well see it anyway. But you can see over towards this area, this is where Patrick is right now. We're in the mid 80s here, reaching towards even the 90s, a little further off towards the southward 94. But if I pull up the dew point here, we got dew points that are in the mid 60s to the 70s. What ends up happening when you have a contrast like that is the storms end up tending to be more elevated. The closer the dew points are to the temperatures, the lower the cloud bases end up being. So that's the difference between surface-based and elevated storms here. So that's the reason why he's referring to surface-based. Where this storm's developed, it's a little bit of a cold pocket there, and there might be just enough to help it get going, but it's gonna struggle. It's not impossible to get it organized, but it's gonna take a little bit of work. Got a little bit of latency. But yeah, it's pretty light rotation. But I can see it though. I hope you all can as well. It's right up in there.
Yeah, there's some kind of clockwise rotation right there. You guys see that? Sit on this for a second. There it is. Oh, there's definitely some rotation there. I don't know if that
Like I said, this storm has an uphill battle here, given this environment. That temperature dew point spread is making things a little bit more difficult.
Give it a second. See if it does anything. Oh yeah, that's definitely rotating, guys. You guys see that? Clear rotation.
Where's the third one at? I don't see
So
it.
close. So close. Really trying to expect it.
I'm trying to see where the third tornado warning is.
Right out of that.
Oh, wait, there it is. I see it. Never mind. It's out of the radar. It's out of the range of that radar. It's over towards Dallas. It's further off towards the east than expected. But we got a discrete storm over here. It's got potential to produce a tornado just to the south of Roxton here. It's radar indicating producing half-dollar size hail as well for Delta and Lamar counties. It's moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Will be near Big Creek Lake within the next 7 minutes and Cooper within the next 12. We also have to watch out for Gadsden and Ben Franklin in Texas here. So radar indicated storm. Alright. Done eating now, so we're back in full force here. Beautiful structure, by the way, on this storm. Even if I didn't get a tornado, I'd just be happy to see this in person. I'll be right back. Roomies are getting loud. Alright. We're back. Oh, there's our first destructive tag warning. This is at 80 miles an hour. This also is producing softball-sized hail. Thankfully for right now, this is radar indicated, but this could be telling of the times ahead here. Expecting it to be a pretty long evening here in regards to damaging winds, and this might be the first sign here. It still has a hook on it. The softball, and then of course the windbag if you got it. Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's go ahead and look at velocity here. I don't really see it. I'm trying to make sure I'm on the right radar side. So far I don't really see it. Wind ball. Wind ball sized hail. It's a wind ball storm. Maybe we should make that one an emoji? Question mark? I don't see anywhere where it's striking me as, okay, this is an 80-mile-per-hour storm, but okay, we're gonna go with it. it spiked, it was just for a moment here. The only place where I see like 60 plus is just this small little pocket here. Of course, I would expect this to grow as time goes on here, given the environment. Radar has literally sliced this storm in half from the last scan, which is pretty cool to see. It's kind of funny in a way. But yeah, look at that hail core there too. Let's go ahead and look at VIL as well. I mean, it really doesn't come as any surprise there. But literally, it's just a huge blob that's completely maxed out. So, huge hail core in there.
Oh, hello. That's a strong info, man. That feels familiar.
Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah. I feel like a tornado again.
Looks like Patrick's storm is starting to ramp up now.
Hello. Marco.
I think as this merger happens, this is going to be when it has the best chance.
Found you. Now that looks like a thing.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I do see that info. Look at that right there.
Does that not look like a thing? Alright, I think we found a thing. We're gonna have to drive through some fields to get to that thing, but that thing is looking like a thing. And I think that thing's gonna merge with the cell behind it, but it does. I see how far that is from here. We're just gonna drive through it. Okay. I think we really get it. That looks like a thing.
I think this storm's losing steam here. I mean, there's still potential for it to produce. It looks like it's trying to reorganize, but I think what we're really going to see out of this probably is damaging wind potential as well. This doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning attached with it, so
Yeah, now you get
we'll see what happens with it. But tornado potential is questionable. I mean, it is over this whole environment, really.
Yeah, I just need to stay with that thing. I thought that I would be able to get down on this, but
I think this storm is ready to try and go outflow dominant. I see a lot of wind on the backside of this cell now. Not much in the way of inflow either, so this might be the first area to watch for some really incredible wind.
I mean, this is gonna be empty for a minute too. You can see like a cell cloud over there. You can definitely
Oh, that hail size has actually grown with this new warning now. We're looking at 4.5 inch hail now, so this is huge. We're getting close to DVD sized hail now.
It's probably nice to see it. Here, I'll put you guys running on the, how are people pulled off out here? Or they saw something? Storm chasers. So they don't go to Turkey? I don't like this latest scan at all. I don't like this latest scan. Man, I keep going from all along the storm today. That Amarillo storm they're playing available, they got a tornado. Confirmed tornado.
If this does produce a sneaky little tornado here, I hope Pat gets to call it in.
I wonder if I'm the Outbreak, see if there's a different tornado here. See if this thing produces. Things are really kind of upload now. Really upload.
Yeah, that merger's. Yep, the merger's happening now, so this is gonna help. This is gonna maybe undercut it.
I don't know. It looks like
We got a confirmed tornado again. This storm's done it again. So this has dropped another one over towards Ware. This is moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Just a few minutes ago, we got the confirmation from storm spotters here. So a confirmed tornado on the ground. So Ware is the main area of concern. Outside of that, we're staying pretty rural.
I mean, I'm right under that book right now. I think that's really on. Yeah, something. You got cannibalized. Get lost in the war.
Yep, I can. Yeah, I see it. I don't know why it disappeared on your screen, though. That's weird. That's really weird, actually.
Well, that tornado was thrown up by Dalhart. It's still there. Yeah, my face is gone. Damn. Lost it. That's Dalhart's time. So it's not. So what's supposed to be? I think I'm going to go back and try to come back one on the way out. Yeah, this is back up.
Dang, that was a good run.
Oh, hang on. Hang on a second. I think this starts right in Outbreak.
Hope he gets another. Hope he gets another opportunity with a different storm. We got grapefruit-sized hail reported with another storm, with this storm here.
Everything just crashed into all the ones south of it. I wonder if we get some action in here. Oh, yeah, but south. See if we can south down here.
Oh, look how that's starting to hook out now. The hook emoji. Yeah, so spam something, I guess.
Yeah, it's close. Man, this song's going to pick up those other songs for environment, and it's
Got a new tornado warning over here, and it's actually not far from Patrick's location over here either. It's a radar indicated warning for Carson and Hutchinson counties, located over towards Borger, moving south at 15 miles an hour.
I'm certainly looking at that tornado right now.
There's nothing there. He's like,
That tornado is capable of
oh no. Oh no. No.
where do you think that tornado is supposed to actually be ordering? I mean, once you come over the border, there's no actual activity there, so it looks like it's supposed to be the only other place I see there could possibly be a tornado would be I mean, there's a very wind-shaped feature to the northern border. But it's kind of funky right now. Yeah, good night, tornado. By the way, for
Oh, oh wow. I didn't know you had. I didn't know I had hotkeys on here for the radar. Sorry about that, guys. I don't even know what I pressed.
okay, so let's just radio on it. See what happens.
Man, this storm to the south is a beast.
It is. Well, heavy.
This might mess around and be on. This might be on the ground. We might be messing around with a pretty strong tornado here. It's a solid radar signature. It could be hail contamination with this too, though.
I was gonna pick up with something that's gonna swing back up through and all fire as well that night.
Yeah, these. We still have our one destructive severe thunderstorm warning here, but so far that's it. We're still in the early phases of this event right now, too, though. Whew, that hook is gnarly on this Dollheart storm, or the Ware storm. I think this will stay away from town, though, so I'm not all that worried about it. Uh-oh. Did we lose Patrick's feed here for a moment? Yep. It'll get it back. It'll get back. It'll come back. Okay, so they've downgraded it back to radar indicated. Still have 2-inch hail to go along with it. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's in a bad signal area right now. Yeah, something going on up here. guess he's struggling for right now. We'll keep an eye on his feed, see if it'll come back. But for right now, we're... Oh, there it is. What do you know? West Texas is not the most cell phone friendly area, so coverage will be a little bit more difficult. God forbid even trying to do a live stream.
Okay, we're back.
The there's a PDS severe thunderstorm watch that's been issued for parts of northwest Texas. Wind gusts are said to be up to 105 miles an hour, likely. That's pretty big. That's a pretty strong wording right there. Still have our grapefruit-sized hail warning here. Trying to figure out what to do for that one. So many emojis to make. So little time. Hey, what's up, Todd? Yeah, I'm doing alright. It's been a crazy few weeks for me. But yeah, I'm trying to organize myself so that way maybe in the future I can start chasing. But yeah, DVD size hail word continues. Yeah, I'm good over here. For right now, you're good. It's not gonna be till like late tonight where your area ends up under the gun. We'll try and be live for that where I can. Trick is gonna be well, I might push my luck and try to stream till like 1. Really just depends right now, but yeah, it does look like a little later things are gonna start to pop off for you guys. They just issued a PDS severe thunderstorm watch for the western half of the state. The crazy part is the wording. Winds up to 105 miles an hour likely. A lot of confidence in this event here. Had a couple tornadoes over here from this storm also. This still has an observed warning along with it. It's been producing lime size all the way up to baseball size hail to go along with it. Haven't seen any pictures as of yet though. Dang. It's pretty impressive. Hey, what's up, G bro?
We're gonna skip this. We're gonna get to the hard. We're going to the hard. Screw it.
Oh, though there are some pictures on here. It's a picture of a rope tornado from this same storm that we're talking about that's observed. Mm-mm.
Oh. I think I saw the probably spotted. The storm is developing over the wall cloud right now. But I have enough fake outs of this storm, but I'm not going to pursue it. Yeah, check that out. Your wall cloud.
So this is Patrick's storm that he's on right now. It's a beautiful wall cloud. Yeah, I think Patrick's trying to go on a different storm. This has been trying to fake him out for a minute. Storm continues to have a tornado warning here. We've had grapefruit size hail observed here. This is what you were talking about earlier, Todd. The 80 mile per hour winds at this point are still radar indicated, but we'll have to be extra careful here because it's starting to look a lot better on radar. Yep. Oh, 80, 90. Oh, we see 90 on radar here. Yeah, it's getting started here now. 83.9, 85. It's been increasing steadily. This is right around where that RFD would be too. We have another part of this storm now heading towards Memphis, Texas, that now has the potential for 3-inch hail and also up to 70 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, now that I can see up clear that from this vantage point, there's absolutely zero tornado under there.
Appreciate you, Emmanuel. Yeah, I'm just pouring over all the information available here. So an interesting situation, by the way, is starting to occur over here towards Fort Worth. This may slow things down over there just a little bit. We have an interesting set of storms that are fired up here. They are severe warned. However, this is ahead of where the main forcing would be, which is over here right now. So this could potentially weaken these storms just ever so slightly. So maybe the Dallas Fort Worth area may get spared, but we'll see what happens. We've gone down to now one tornado warning. The tornado that was over here earlier towards Dalhart has just lifted, from what I've been hearing. But this has been a tornado producing machine. This has been the storm of the day here, so to speak. This is a relatively broad rotation, but this storm has been a cyclic for quite a bit here, so a lot of reason to believe that we'll probably continue to see this try and produce at least a couple more tornadoes given the environment. It's right along the boundary, I would say. Might grab some ice cream or something real quick while I'm at it. Try and settle in. Like I said, we're in for a long night from the looks of it. I will be right back. Eating some ice cream now, Gumby. Just settling in. But yeah, it's been pretty busy already, and we're just getting to the main event. Getting the 7. We already gotten an 80-mile-per-hour warning, but nothing absurd as of yet. What's really impressive is the wording that we've gotten with this watch that's over towards southeastern Oklahoma, or southwestern Oklahoma, excuse me, and Texas over here. 105 mile per hour gust likely. Some pretty strong wording. Oh, you're trying to figure out how to remove the discussions? All you would have to do is go to this eyeball, this little eyeball right here. Oh, that takes all the warnings off. Oh, there's settings. Go to discussions, and then you can actually. Okay, let me start that over. All right, so you go to the current alerts icon. You hit the plus button to find the discussions, and then you just hit this eyeball right here. Takes them right off. Me personally, I prefer to have them on. Kind of keep things into context, but yeah, if you want them off, just hit the plus button, hit discussions, and there you go. I've seen it a few times. It's rare. Like, you might get those like once or twice. Do I like it more than Radar Omega? It's more reliable than Radar Omega. If Radar Omega works properly, I'd still say it's better for now. But Weatherwise is listening to their customers, and they're also upgrading as they go. So even though Weatherwise doesn't have quite as many features yet, they're going to be right up there with Radar Omega in due time, and it's cheaper. So yeah, Weatherwise Plus is like only $7 a month compared to 12 for Radar Omega, and I still get plenty of features. I still get all the radar modes I want. I like the display a little bit better actually than with Radar Omega. And then I think the biggest thing for me would honestly be the updates with radar, updates with warnings. Pretty spot on. Like, towards the end of my time where I was using Radar Omega, I was dealing with a lot of latency, a lot of delays. Radars are freezing up, not updating properly, so it was getting frustrating. Like, it was getting very frustrating. And that's really what made me just say, I'm done with this. Some of the moderators, they still use it. But yeah, I like Weatherwise. I like it a lot. I mean, you like what you like. I would say this works better for me. I do wish this had like storm reports, but I can pull that up off of National Weather Service. Yeah, I keep forgetting to get radar scope, honestly. I would love to pair these two together, Weatherwise and radar scope, so that way I can get a better look at the damage reports using radar scope, and then also different radar modes on that as well. Just trying to make sure that my computer can handle it. I'm doing an awful lot with it these days. With that, it's basically the same as Radar Omega. It allows you to see all the storm spotters that are on the storms that are registered to Storm Spotter Network. Whenever I go chasing, you probably aren't going to see me on there. So you have to register for it, and I don't really know if I'm gonna go that far with it. It would be cool if I did, but I don't really see a huge benefit to it. And this storm is still going. South of OKC tonight. Oh, this is day 2. This isn't day 1. You got an enhanced risk a little further off towards the south. If you're further south towards like Chickasha and over towards like Maysville, that's where you have the greatest potential for damaging winds above, maybe even above 100 miles an hour. You're in Moore, so you still have high potential for damaging winds. It might not be the worst area, but still pretty dangerous over there. So definitely need to be on your guard tonight. Not a problem, man. Not a problem. Sorry, I'm trying to finish up the ice cream, but and I can't lie, it is good. Looks like Patrick's heading towards this tornado-warned storm here that's produced multiple tornadoes here. I like it. Love that play. I mean, this is on his route back home, too, so that's perfect. Go get him, Pat. He was on a storm earlier that did end up producing a funnel cloud. Just didn't bear enough fruit, didn't completely bear all the fruit that he needed, unfortunately. I think he might have better luck with this storm. It still looks pretty promising on radar. We'll put his audio on a little later. Guys on the road also have been giving him a fit too. North was clear. Alright, we are back in the game, full on. Should be pretty much wide open from here, other than bathroom breaks, of course, but... we still have that 180 mile per hour tag warning over here. This is just outside of... ah, jeez, I can't seem to get off of this. This is just outside of Turkey, Texas. Still has a little inflow notch to it. There is a tornado possible tag with this. This did have a warning earlier, but produced nothing. But this has been our big hailer for the night. Yeah, I got a nap. I'm ready to go till about maybe 12 or 1. Obviously, up to that point, I have to get ready for work tomorrow. But I know this could be a long night, so I'm ready. I am ready. Feeling good for right now. Yeah. We do have a few storms that are actually heading over towards Oklahoma City right now. The big threat with this is more so hail than it is the wind. We got ping pong ball sized hail. I think our tornado threat's on a little bit of a cycle here. We're slowing down with that. I think really it's going to be the wind threat that starts to take over from here. Ooh. Sorry about that, guys. I was on X looking for tornado reports, but I ended up seeing something about my favorite team. I don't know how many of you guys are into the NFL, so I'm not gonna say the news unless you really are asking. Where do I think the boundary is right now? The forcing is where we're seeing this main line of the storms here, but main line of storms here. I'm actually a little bit further back, but the frontal boundary is actually up here, and it kind of stretches out. Let me mark this. All right, so warm front goes, and like I said, I'm not great with drawing. I do not have a steady hand. But I would say the warm front is here, and a lot of the forcing or the cold front would actually be back here. Oh, okay. No. Don't do that now. Yeah, I don't know where the cold front is exactly. Because this wouldn't be behind the front. Perhaps I have the warm front wrong. I wish they had a way for me to see the surface winds on here. We haven't gotten that upgrade just yet. But I think I know where it... I'm pretty sure the warm front's like right up here. And then it curves up this way. Cold front's probably wedged out right here. Oh, I gotta erase this. Still some things I'm trying to get used to with weather-wise. But I would say the cold front probably is somewhere like something like this, maybe. and the warm front. Somewhere, some kind of number like that. I'm hoping I got it half right. Okay, well, it's not right now. Every time I hold down the mouse, I fail to realize that this thing will keep going. And now it's just completely tripping out on me. Dude. Okay, I think it's angry at me now. Help. It's not good. I can't get it off the screen. I can't get it off the screen. What is going on here? I was saying all those good things about weatherwise. And now all of a sudden I can't get... Dude. Okay, there we go. I don't even know how you explain that one. Here I was saying all those good things about weatherwise, and then all of a sudden... It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I don't know. I don't know what that was. Really don't. Hail size on this warning's finally going down, but yeah. Warm fronts, this storm's probably riding the warm front, and this is why we see it moving to the south here instead of southeast. Because we're going to see a change in direction with this as we go forward. Oh no, not again. I was about to say, stop it. Stop it. Not your fault. Not your fault. I just have some weird, really weird luck. That's all. Yeah, I've had really weird luck these last few weeks, honestly. It is what it is, though. Guys, if you haven't, please hit that like button if you could. Definitely would help us get a little further along. I think we're going to go ad-free with the coverage tonight. I mean, it's not really going to be of any benefit at this point. Yep. It looks like it for sure. I think that's going to be where our forcing is. Yep, it is. That's our outflow boundary. Keep an eye on this storm as it continues to progress off to the south. If it interacts with that outflow boundary, there is a small chance that that this storm could really get its act together and produce a big tornado. I've seen a couple instances like that occur in the past. Most memorable one for me was the Matador tornado a couple years ago. It happened, and ironically, it happened during this time of year. So, I'm always leery whenever I see that little outflow boundary. Because I would expect there to still be a decent amount of instability over here. Oh, you're Skywarn certified. That's awesome. So you sat through the webinar, I'm sure. That was a lot of it's stuff that you kind of know already. There's a few other things they teach you, but it's not really a whole lot. I remember I was in that webinar for a good 4 hours. Yeah, we got another one, Manual. Now I just need to get a vehicle, and I thought I was gonna be getting one this week, and then all of a sudden I wasn't. So, yeah, I'm still trying to deal with that slap to the face. But everything happens for a reason, and it's gonna be okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was, it wasn't necessarily like boring, it was just more like, well, it's like, oh, I already know about this. Oh, I already know about this too. I've known about this for like 15 years. Oh, and this too. And this. And this. Oh, they're just talking about stuff I already know. And and I hate saying it like that because it sounds so arrogant, but it's true. I mean, I learned about this stuff like before I was even 10 years old, really. Yeah, there wasn't anything about it that caught me off guard at all. I was just listening the whole time. I even brought like a notebook to just to see if I was gonna take any notes, just to see if there was gonna be anything I would need to like jot down. Nope, not at all. It's kind of more of a just. It's more or less just like a formality thing, I guess. I guess it just shows how serious you are. But yeah, for me, I was just like, well, I already know this. It is what it is. I did it. I have the piece of paper to go with it. Mom, Dad, are you proud of me yet? I'm kidding. They are proud of me, but still. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's really what I'm saying. I do wish there was a little bit more stuff that they would go in depth for, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, for me, I'm just really waiting for something to happen around my neck of the woods once I get a vehicle. I could have even made an argument that I would, if I had a vehicle that I could have chased yesterday. It's not like a whole lot had happened, but, it would have been cool chasing that little bow echo that came through my side of town. But alas, it was not meant to be. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I was taking it serious. I was taking it serious like it was like a SAT or something. I was just like going over all the knowledge that I had just in case. And to tell you the truth, I did the webinar while I was at work. Yeah, it was pretty. It was So yeah, I mean there was that, but yeah, I would literally like be working on a yard, come back in, still talking about stuff I already know about. So I'm like, okay. Oops, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, pretty easy. This long. You were playing video games. That's worse. That's worse than me. My laptop was like burning hot too. I would have loved to have been there in person though. I can't lie, but they don't. I don't think they really do in person um, seminars anymore. Sadly, especially with all the cuts going on. Maybe we'll get back to that in the future though. Ooh, that is a pretty wall cloud on Patrick's feed here. Let's go ahead and boost his audio. Yeah, he hasn't really been saying a whole lot this last little bit. Yeah, look at that wall cloud though. That is a beauty. Yeah, same. Look at that. That is a beauty. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. This one that he's on right now. That's the tornado warning storm that's off to northwestern Texas here. We've been watching this on a radar loop for a little bit. But look at the hook on it still. Still plenty. Still has plenty of energy left along with it. Nice little couplet for rotation to go with it. So I think that he's in a really good spot. I'm so jealous too. This warning just got observed too, so he might be able to see it and we might get a visual of it in just a minute here. It might be in the curtains of rain back here. I do see an odd little area like it might be a lowering. Patrick Pineda, by the way, Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda that we are watching. Be sure to give him a sub here. If you haven't already. And just as I say that, the feed starts to buffer. So in Northwest Texas, the cell phone service is not that great, so we're going to have those problems. You can see an inflow tail here too. Look at that. Alright, looks like he's getting ready to move out. Maybe trying to get closer. This storm itself is not moving all that fast. It's been moving at about maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour.
There's
Good news is this is expected to stay over rural areas right now.
I think that maybe that's a winning move for me. Try that.
Well, he's on those dirt roads right now. This is where it gets treacherous.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try that road over there. I'll get stuck if I go on that one. I don't. Unfortunately, my new ride, as much as I love it, it does not have all-wheel drive. It's just front-wheel drive. I'm not gonna try that road. I'll get stuck if I go down there. Also, you get the Tornado Explorer know that I'm on this storm, although I suspect every other truck is on this storm. So I don't think there needs to be any more coverage of it. I-98 might be a nice place now. Okay. As long as you don't go to some sort of 54. Oh, hey, this other storm case up over there. Sure. Maybe one of these guys. Four of these guys, you know. No, that was, we know those stories. I mean, the storm's coming this way. I think if we get down to Canning, it's going to cross the road just past Canning. So, if we get to Canning, we'll see it. Local times. County Road R. Does this look like it's paved? Are we paved? Not paved. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pouring over data right now. I'm actually looking at some weather models here. The Cape readings today, by the way, have been off the charts. You saw a little bit of it earlier when we first started the stream, and you that were tuned in from the very beginning, like you, Emmanuel. But and 5,000 surface Cape. There's even rumor that there were some areas what we're seeing like 7,000. Just trying to get a look at the latest HRRR, and the Cape is still off the charts. Plenty of areas where we're at 5,000 plus. It's unreal.
I don't know who that is.
Not unheard of, but just crazy to really think about, though.
Alright, we're gonna take whatever our next
Yeah, we're still sitting at an easy 5,000. In fact, there's some 6,000s mixed in there, too. Especially towards southwest Oklahoma.
private property.
Wow, man. Quite the environment today. Oh, I was just saying, like, I was talking about the Cape values. We looked at the models a little bit earlier. That's all I was saying. As you were here earlier for that part. Been live for over 2 hours now. It's crazy to think about already. It doesn't even feel like it's been that long, truthfully, which is good news. We have already hit outbreak perimeters. We have over 100 reports of severe, and still the main event hasn't even really started yet. 5 of those reports have been tornadoes today so far. We might have a few more left to go as well. We've had 3 in Texas so far, and then 2 over towards Virginia.
Alright, we're gonna get out and watch the here guys. And then see how this goes.
Yeah, this storm looks like it's recycling right now. Yeah, that new meso's trying to pop up right up in here. And Patrick's in perfect position for it.
Tornado back in there too. Oh, look at that! We got a little tornado over there. Let's see that little rope funnel.
Patrick says he has a rope funnel. We're going to take him full screen.
How's this for you? You guys can see there's a little tornado.
I kind of see it. He's a little bit far, but I see it pretty clearly. It's right up in there. That's where your rope funnel is.
Oh yeah, I got this thing here for a couple minutes because I gotta stay ahead of the
Tornadoes on the ground. We have either a rope funnel or maybe even a funnel that touched down briefly.
yeah.
There's something else going on over here. This is the storm right here. The storm's moving towards him, so he's just outside of Channing over here. I think he's on 385 right now. But yeah, you can see it. Classic, classic structure right here. Wall clouds right up in there. You can see what looks to be scud in the distance rising into the storm, so there's still pretty good sign of inflow. Like I said, the storm's kind of cycling right now, so it's struggling. It's going to get hail in just a minute here.
Yeah, we got a little tornado up here. Cool. Sweet little guy, barely visible. Yeah.
But yeah, somewhere up in there is where that rope is.
Tornado.
Nice little lightning off to the side there too. that wall cloud is starting to fall off the bone here. At least what he got, what he came. At least he got what he came here for. That last storm that he was on was close to producing, but man, it's no cigar on that one. At least he got something with this one. You love to see it. Yeah, it's time for him to get out of there before he starts getting caught up in that rain and hail. It should, and just in case any of you are lurking right now, remember what I was saying earlier, as it would get closer towards that outflow boundary, that could make things pretty interesting. I've seen instances in the past, and I'm not saying that this could be the same case here, but sometimes when we see these storms interact with remnant outflow boundaries, especially with what we're seeing from this line of storms that's developing here, we could end up seeing this drop maybe a big one. It's not a guarantee, but it often ends up changing the game here. The big issue we had with this area and why it's been a little bit of a struggle for tornadoes has been due mostly in part to the spread between the temperature and the dew points. Storm tops have been more elevated. If you have those dew points and those surface temps a little bit closer to each other, those cloud bases are lower more often than not. So as a result, I would say if this ends up over that outflow boundary, things could get interesting here and pretty quickly. Yeah, new hooks forming on this storm, just like he was saying. So this storm is recycling once again. I think this storm has dropped at least three tornadoes, potentially up to about as many as 5 or 6. There could be at least a couple more in its future here. They updated this to a observed. Still expect it to remain over rural areas, so I'm not too concerned right now. Still awesome storm nonetheless. That little those little towers of storms earlier that we were talking about are starting to go through Dallas now. On the lower end of the spectrum of the severe scale, so But this could take up some of that energy over there, which is a good thing. We'll see if that ends up being the case. If these stay relatively weak, it could slow things. It may not slow all that much down. Still waiting to see what happens with that. Also, just in case any of you didn't, make sure you've hit that like button, by the way. Probably got an update to that warning. Yep. Back to a radar indicated. Makes sense considering that that storm is recycling.
It might be cycling, but it comes back down again. Alright, damn it. You're both holding. Give it a ring and fuck up on this. You're directly in its path now. So, we're gonna find a way. We're gonna look at it from the side.
I've been chatting with Patrick throughout the day.
I don't know if you can tell this, but it is completely outflow dominant at this point. I can't even see anymore. I think I had a better day. I kind of didn't, I wasn't just like enough to get on any given storm, but I missed all the tornadoes. I finally got this tornado at the very end, but if I had more decisive at the beginning, I could have gotten a much better tornado. So, I also got saddled with a $2,000 medical bill, which I'm really annoyed by. So overall, I'd say today not having a great day. But I guess I feel a little bit better because I didn't see the full tornado, so we got some real shit for everybody. That was good too. So, you know.
Yeah, that storm is starting to die. Yeah, I see it. Well, our tornado producer might be on the end of its rope here. Especially with that merger, with that what looks to be an imminent merger off to the southeast here. If it merges with that, I definitely think it's probably cooked then. Oh wow, we got an EDS severe thunderstorm warning by the way, folks. Still radar indicate it's the same storm that's been producing 80-mile-per-hour winds here. Wind speed is the forward speed of the storm is definitely increasing. This is over Northfield, moving at 40 miles an hour to the southeast. 80-mile-per-hour gusts are expected with this, and also 2-inch hail. Northfield, CV, Tell, and Swearingen are in the path of this storm. This is an EDS severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, what are your thoughts? I wonder what all you guys are thinking when it comes to EDS. Yay or nay on that warning, on that format of severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh yeah, Lucas. Yeah, we're gonna see a tornado. It was whoa. These big CG very close. Yeah.
I need a different tone for them. Yeah, I have to make it. I just don't know what I would do. Like, I don't know what I would do right now. I'd make it now if I could. I don't know if I have enough RAM with all the stuff I have running right now.
Yeah, I got no tornado anywhere over here, guys.
I kind of have an idea now, but like I said, I don't know if I could record it. Like, I just have too much going on in the computers. We're running Patrick's feed. We got Weatherwise up, and then we have our stream. So I don't know if I could even open up Mixcraft to try and record anything. Otherwise, I'd actually do it, or at least try to see if it would work. The other problem is, I hope I wouldn't pop the string with what I have in mind.
Chances do we think that that's from behind them?
That's if I remember it. One thing about when I play or whenever I'm writing, I forget stuff so easily. I hate it so much too. I hate it so much.
It's got our best chances of doing something right now. This area is such a radar gap. It's so hard to see.
Sent me a memo. Huh? Wait, what? You'll send me a memo. Ah, wait, I know what I could do.
Do you guys think that the storm's gonna cycle and form up again?
I mean, I've always thought about doing a secondary tone. The issue is, what am I going to do for it? Like, I have riffs that I've written for other various projects, even. And if I don't record them on a video, I don't remember it at all. Like, when I was in the last band I was in, like, of all the songs that we had written, there were probably at least a good 4 or 5 more, or at least riffs, that I came up with one night, but I forgot to record it. Lost them. And I think those probably were some of the better songs that I'd written too. So mad at myself for that as well. And I think like the worst part was whenever I would be like at work and I would just have like a whole section of riffs like come together in my head, like literally a whole song just right in my lap, and then all of a sudden, by the time I get home, gone. Like it was enough to make you want to scream. It's enough to make you want to scream. So yeah, just well, I'm hoping I can remember my idea. That's all I'm saying. It would really suck if I forget it. I have a lot. I honestly have a lot of stuff I still have yet to do. I gotta get membership. I gotta get back into the swing of things with the membership videos, everything.
Like that looks very outflow gone. Like you have some moving rain bands in there. That looks like it's about to. That looks like it's about to rain itself out. Very veil stuffy, you know? Very veil stuffy, but. That doesn't look like that's pretty though.
Yeah, I think this storm. Yeah, I think he's right now. Yeah, that outflow is surging. Yeah, that outflow is surging. You can see how everything's kind of blowing this way on the velocity here. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I think it's done. Well, it was a good run on that one. Guess we'll shift our attention down to our big EDS storm here. Well, they took the EDS off now. Ha, Slayer, Raining Blood as a tone. Like, that's kind of what I was thinking of doing, but it wasn't going to be that. Obviously, I can't play Slayer on here, but I was probably going to do a tone that was similar to that, something kind of ominous. Because I have a guitar that has the little tremolo arm on it, but the problem is I can't get too aggressive. I have no idea how to manage my aggression with that. So if I get too extreme, I end up breaking strings. So I'm trying to figure out a good balance with that. That, and also probably needs to be taken to the shop to get set up again. It's been ages since I've done one on it. So Yeah. But yeah, I think that's what I think that's the route I would end up going. Yeah. I can't wait to hit the gym tomorrow. We're getting more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings now, so we're going to start to see a ramp up in the action here. Got this little sneaky outflow dominant cell here. But yeah, we're about to see our line begin to form. Rain and blood. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue against that. If you want to debate, I'm not the person to do that with. Especially not on that album. I mean, they have some other good ones, but it's hard to go against it. There's actually a reported supercell outside of Joplin. No threat of producing a tornado currently, but the pictures I've seen were pretty interesting. Low hanging clouds there for sure. I don't know what the heck got into my throat just now. I don't know. It's trying to get its inflow back. Ah. Whew. I don't know if there's like a piece of food that like tried to slide back towards my throat in a weird way, but yeah, I still feel it. It's still there. Oof. I don't know what the heck that was about. Dang. Yeah, I've been watching those towers intermittently. This could also make things pretty interesting in regards to that storm threat there, because they're in that moderate risk for that 105-mile-per-hour winds. But if these storms continue to hold themselves together like this, they might end up actually taking up a lot of the energy over here and maybe slowing them down a bit. And these storms have held up pretty well, I would say too, because this is formed well ahead of where the main forcing is, which is back here. Yeah. 61K? Wow, that's actually really impressive. So that means that those updrafts are pretty daggone strong. I would love to be like about 20 miles away from it, whether it's to the, well, in any direction really. Yeah, I'm betting the structure on that is incredible. Yeah, the storm might try and do something real quick. I don't know yet. I don't know if it's gonna produce a tornado, but by golly, it's sure gonna try. Yeah, I mean, Fort Worth's radar's not that far. If it's within 50 miles of the radar, that's not an issue. It like if it was from like this radar over here towards Round Rock, then that's really saying something. But yeah, echo tops aren't hard to find. When you get like when you're looking for like rotation and stuff, well, no, actually I do kind of see your point. Yeah, actually I do see your point. The closer you get, the harder it is to look higher up into the storm. Or actually, no, that's not the case at all. I don't even know anymore. My brain doesn't want to work. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We are only dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. Do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings with the tornado possible tag too to keep an eye on. This is just off to the northwest of Oklahoma City here. Should be staying out of town for right now. it's trying to do something one last time. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Gumpy. I thought about it. I was like, wait, you're closer to the radar side and you're still getting a reading like that. That's actually better. It's kind of the inverse whenever you're looking for, severe, whenever you're looking for like tornadoes. It's easy to get stuff mixed up sometimes. Yeah, that's kind of why I backtracked on what I was saying, man. I was like, wait, if you're looking at tops, the closer you are, then the harder it is to see the top. I was like, duh. It is what it is. Oh, man. I guess since we only have... Okay, we actually have seen that drop off for right now. I'm trying to make sure we don't have any destructive tag warnings right now before we take a look at the weather models here. We have several considerables right now, and the line still hasn't completely formed. So this makes for a little bit more of a wild card situation. So what I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to make sure we've crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's here. No pun intended here, since both of those are literally within my name. But yeah, it looks like we're good. So we're gonna take a moment here and actually discuss what's ahead for the rest of tonight here. Give me just a moment here to get the models pulled up. Perfect 22Z is looking pretty nice right now. Just finished loading. Windbags. I love that term, windbags. Yeah, we are in store for that, but it's the timing we got to figure out now. It's all about the timing. Alright. So we got our model data up now. Wait, what the heck? No, we do not want Twitter up. Silly computer. Oh, brother. You know what? I grew up with it as Twitter, and I'm still going to call it Twitter. I don't care if it's called X now. Like, people want to call Facebook Meta. It is still Facebook, daggone it. It still has the F on there. Yeah, there's no point in change. I didn't see any point in changing the name. X, it sounds so edgy. Maybe Elon's an edgelord, I don't know. Really might be. Especially with all the stuff we've seen lately. But I'm not getting into that. That is not my bag. That's not my bag. It's not my cup of tea at all. It's been entertaining. It's funny. It's not surprising that it happened, considering the fact that that's two massive egos, no matter how you look at it, whichever side of the fence you're on. Well, yeah, as far as that was concerned, I mean, it's two massive egos. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, even though you hear that term a lot in like wrestling, because I remember hearing it from the commentators when I was growing up. When you have two massive egos, at some point they're going to collide, and it's crazy how real of a life lesson that actually is. Like I've seen it a lot. I've seen it in the music industry. I've seen it with politics. I've seen it all across the board. I've seen it at my job, even my old jobs, even. Shoot, I've seen it at my current job, even. So it's not surprising at all. There we go. Alright, let's look at the timing of this. Of course it did, Gumby. I'm disappointed in you, sir. Anyway, all joking aside. So it looks like in the next hour is when we start to get that line to really consolidate. It seems a little bit more broken up than I originally thought. Or maybe this is because of the new model run. We'll do like a model comparison loop after we look through this. But yeah, with this line being more broken up now, it might take some of that wind threat down a bit. I have some questions with that still, but we'll see what happens. This may spare Dallas now, however. I mean, there's still a pretty big line here. But perhaps the threat may be a little bit lower because of those storms that are ongoing over there towards the DFW region. Let's look at the cape that we have available right now. Still plenty of it available across the board here. Yeah, it looks like we start losing that as a storm pops up here, of course, which is typical. Let's look at our low-level shear. Oh, it did come in. I should have got the little beep on my on WeatherWise here. What happened with that? Did I just not hear it? Or but it's Kingfisher, Blaine, and Canadian counties. This is located 4 miles southwest of Watonga at 35 miles an hour. Watonga, Gary, Calmet, and Greenfield are in the path of this storm. Anywhere on I-40 near mile marker 110 is a point of interest as well. This also has the potential to produce golf ball sized hail. Let's go ahead and switch over to this radar now. Storm seems like it's cooked. Oh yeah. Yeah. There it is. Got a couple other areas here. We have tornado possible attacks. Familiar territory, El Reno. These are starting to pick up the forward speed now. Let's see if that rotation holds up. Oh, we need to get this small radar on the screen here. There we go. This is our low level shear. Not a whole lot going on there. It's really towards the mid levels where the shear is best. We get that mixing going down to the surface is where we can really start to see the most impressive parameters here. So we get later into the evening is where things really look like they start to really max out with the bulk shear in particular. Okay, here we go. It still stayed pretty consistent with model guidance. I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of all the bottom of this with all the details. Patrick's signal's gone down again. I think he might be calling it a day. Possibly. We'll see if he does or not. He's had a long day. He's been streaming for over 8 hours. Long chase day. At least he got something out of it. Oklahoma tornado? Hang on just a second. Looks a little sheared out, if anything. Still might have something there. Let's look. I don't know if it's matching up. Let me go split. That might be hail contamination because there's a core right there. And then this is where the max drop is right here. I think that's hail. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's hail. Yeah, because rotation will be up here on the leading edge here, just to the southeast of Watonga. And it's just all rain right there. So yeah, I think that's hail contamination. Let's do that. I love this feature that they added on so that way we can actually look at that. Ah, shoot. Now I just got to figure out how to get used to it. Nah, it still looks like hail. Right here is where the rotation is, and then right up in here, that might be hail. Now I just got to figure out how to move this forward by the next scan. There we go. Yeah, I think that's hail. Yeah, I think that's hail contamination. I'm pretty sure now. That hook still looked good for one scan. Yep. Well, good 8-hour stream from Patrick here. It was well earned. He gets a well earned rest. Good stuff on his part. But yeah, I don't think this was on the ground. If it is, it's hard to tell on CC. If you zoom in real tight and you would actually like kind of walk the locations here. Look right here. Look right here. And this matches perfectly with that hail core. I'm pretty sure that's contamination. Oops. Don't want to do that. Let's get out of split. Go back to reflectivity. Are there any spotters on this? Yeah, there's a couple. Nah, it's alright. The storm looks like it's trying to go outflow dominant. I think this is our Oklahoma segment of the line trying to begin to develop here. We got 70 mile per hour tags, but no 80s yet. Dang, I want more ice cream, but I know better. I shouldn't eat it now. I should wait. Oh, yeah. That's right. Y'all are in the finals. I might have to watch that game myself. I might watch that myself. I'll probably pull it up on the TV. Okay, so I guess from this point I could probably start pulling up DOT since we're near Oklahoma City now. Hate that I won't be able to give it my full attention, but I want to see a little bit of it. And then it's crazy to think that it's going to be OKC and that it's OKC and Indiana that are in the finals. Been a long time coming. Speaking of sports, looks like the Braves lost. Tough times. Tough stretch of games for them. I have to grab my controller, my PS5 controller, so that way I can switch over to YouTube TV. Get that going. Oh. Maybe it'll give OKC an advantage. Oh, I guess we lost that one. Yeah, because Indiana's a fourth quarter team, and OKC couldn't extend their lead past 15. You can turn over the ball a million times, but if the other team doesn't capitalize, then you still have a fair shot. The way to beat Indiana is to gap them early and very early and maintain it. But yeah, if you're coasting along while you're up by only like 10 to 12, you're gonna lose almost every time in those last 5 minutes. Because at that point, they're not gonna keep going for fast breaks. They're just gonna start shooting threes, and they have the people to do it. And this is coming from somebody who really doesn't watch basketball like that. I'm a football guy. But even I could see that. But yeah, maybe the bad weather might save them today. I don't know. It was really just a joke, though. Also, while I'm at it, I may as well get the power outage map up because I anticipate that to be a bit of a problem. Alright, so we got a camera up for Oklahoma. Just need to get that on the feed here. Alright, so here's our Oklahoma camera here. Trying to get the camera over towards Fort Worth or areas to the south here. Where is KFWS? Okay, there it is. The storms look alright on radar. these storms being as organized as they are, I do think that potentially could limit things still. See what those echo tops are looking like. This storm seems to have lost a little bit of its luster towards Caddo Mills, or Cato Mills, excuse me. The one towards Glen Rose still looks pretty solid. Still has really tall echo tops. But it too has shrunk a little bit. We're sitting at about 50K. Earlier we were at 61. I won't pull up Texas cameras yet. I'll hold out on that. Unless I can get one on this Paducah, Texas storm. This is our 80-mile-per-hour attack warning now. This also has up to baseball-sized hail as well. This is Fort Knox, Wilbarger, excuse me, and also Baylor County. This is starting to really scream now. It's moving 55 miles an hour. It has 80-mile-per-hour gust and baseball-sized hail. You have to watch out for Kroll, Benjamin, Truscott, Gilliland, Vera, and Western Lake Kemp. No visuals over here in Texas right now. Wasn't for a lack of effort. Yeah, that's not working. Oh well. Alright. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Okay, folks. Alright, come on. Come on. Come on now. Oh, are we frozen? No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, it's the same warning, I think. Yeah, it's just a continuation of that warning. Still got a nice little hook on it. Yeah, it migrated a little bit. Yeah, I kind of see what's going on here. Because it was originally further off towards the north rotation, it migrated south. So it's for the same cell, but it's like a different area, so it's kind of a weird situation. Okay, well, rotation's definitely there. So that's not disputed. Yeah, completely recycled. Meso replacement cycle. That's what you call that one. Still bummed that I couldn't get a camera over towards Texas. Maybe we'll just have to wait, that's all. Nice. Appreciate the hustle. You don't ever have to do that though. I'll catch it eventually. It was just bad timing that I had to go to the bathroom. But I remember how I had to chug that Powerade because of whatever was in my throat. That's probably the reason why, because I didn't drink a whole lot of fluid to the point where I just had to, where it was just like overwhelming, or just overwhelmingly had the urge to go. I'd probably have been good for a while. But yeah, that definitely expedited the process. So long as that doesn't happen again, I think we should be okay. Another 3-4 hours at least. You love the chat? Yeah. It's a little, I don't know how you, I mean, if you're for it, then cool. I wouldn't mind more people in here, but we were competing against a lot of different stuff in reality. Everybody and their mom is everybody and their mom in the weather community is streaming this. It's alright, contingent. It's alright. It is what it is, man. What happened to my camera? Did I just roll away? You're good, contingents. You're good. There's what I want. That one right there. Yeah, not every stream is always a big one. It's not a hit. Not every stream is a hit, so I mean, it's okay. We're getting out to a few people though, because we got 10 votes in the voting poll. But yeah, this is kind of what I was used to for a little while. Then we had a really good push. Yeah, honestly, I would expect it to probably do that throughout this thing's entire life cycle. One thing that I have noticed also though is the fact that this line I was expecting to be a little bit larger in scale. It stayed on the shorter end of the spectrum. And the winds aren't quite as strong here. That's interesting. There's a lot of heavy rain further off towards the southwest too. I originally wasn't seeing all that on models either. Still have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning from earlier. This at one point had an EDS tag on it, but I think a lot of these storms are starting to might be raining themselves out a little bit. The range folding. Yeah. Sometimes those scans, you'll get like caught on the, like you'll be caught like right on the line as the scan comes in. It's like, because I think that happened with these storms over here towards Wichita Falls earlier. We were looking back towards like Amarillo and Lubbock. There was one particular one that was like folded in half too. So that was why. So it could confuse anybody really. I kind of see what you're talking about there though. That might be it, maybe. Could be a new area starting to form off to the south. I definitely see some signs of maybe some outflow coming into play here. I wonder who reported it. I really just wish we could get a visual on it. By the way, a little earlier I talked about that storm that was over towards Joplin. It had some trees knocked down. Confirmed by storm spotters earlier. Tanner Davidson reported it. Yeah, I haven't seen it on the warning yet. I'm looking on socials right now. Yeah, I don't get those reports, it seems. All it says is that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Obviously, I'm not going to get storm spotter names off a NWS warning, because that would be insane. Yeah, I just haven't bought radar scope yet. I haven't had the ability to. At least not yet. Actually, I mean, I have it. I just haven't gotten around to it. I have the ability to, actually. I'm just trying to save up for this car, but that's unfortunately not happening right now. And that's a long story that I'll get into with the folks on memberships. And it's not even a financial reason, just a mess. But yeah, I'm not going to go over the details on here. Not ready to talk about it with the public. I'm barely ready to talk about it at all. Anyway. Not the greatest view from this camera here. Kind of the best that I got, but still. Let me adjust that. Sorry for blocking the radar for a moment. Alright, that's better. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you have been missing a lot of the weather. The pattern kind of is keeping it away from you, it seems. And that's a trend, as of right now, I'd expect to continue. Over towards Houston. He's like an hour north of Houston. Yeah, a lot of the bad weather's been staying well off to the north, more over towards like Dallas. Nice little notch there. Starting to pop up. There's a chance that could drop. I'm talking about like the worst of the severe weather. I never said you wouldn't get storms. Especially with you having that Gulf moisture. Chances will still be there. but wouldn't expect much more beyond that. We have a new tornado warning, by the way, in Texas. This is over towards Kroll. This is radar indicated for Ford, Knox, and Baylor counties. This storm has a history of rotation at least, but I haven't had any confirmed tornadoes out of this one yet. This is 8 miles northwest of Truscott. This is moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. Red Springs, Truscott, Gilliland, Vera, Palmerton, and southwestern Lake Kemp are under the gun here. This also has the potential to produce baseball plus size hail, or apple size hail, if you want to be more apt with the size description. There's a rotation right there. Bounded weak echo region here. Uh-oh. I think your storm might have gotten... No, that's a different one. So this is another tornado warning, and this is an observed one over towards Lamar and Fannin counties in north central Texas. This is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour, 12 miles east of Bonham. This is confirmed by emergency management. This is thankfully expected to remain over rural areas. Some locations to still watch for will be Dial, Bug Tussle, Latonia, Wyndham, Noble, and Pecan Gap. Bug Tussle is an interesting name. This is a confirmed tornado, by the way. Just like that, we're up to 3 warnings. Got 2 Texas warnings and 1 Oklahoma warning. This is right around the time where the peak was expected to begin, so we're on schedule with that. Radar's just not quite looking like what I thought it would, though. Here's a boat segment. This is a little bit closer to what I was expecting. I was expecting this to be a little bit larger in the way of coverage here. We have a bounded weak echo region here. This could easily drop a quick tornado, but 80 mile per hour winds is the big concern with this one. I've yet to see 80 mile per hour 80 mile per hour gust on radar just yet, but do anticipate that to potentially change here pretty quickly. Yeah, the highest that I've seen in regards to wind has been about 51 on this so far. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Kind of a weird spot to be looking for a tornado right here as far as radar coverage is concerned here. It's going to be hard to see anything since we're pretty much in a radar hole. This part in North Texas is synonymous with that, unfortunately. We need another radar site somewhere around here. Somewhere between Choctaw Nation and Texarkana. Like somewhere around here would be perfect. Actually, I would even go as far as to say somewhere between Ardmore and Texarkana. That would clear the hole out perfectly. Oh, excuse me. Mount Vernon. Okay. sneeze. I messed with my sinuses a bit. Dang. Let's go back over here. Take a look at this real quick. Let's go back to reflectivity. Oh, special weather statement. It's kind of hard to see anything with this storm. This is going to be in the radar hole I was just talking about. It looks good, but it is going to be a pain to try to figure this one out. The only way that it'll get warned is probably if someone spots it, because radar is going to be pretty much useless here. We're on the edge of both of these radar rings. And it frustrates me so much, this area. Well, that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. It's from Kate. Shreveport's radar. Problem is, though, like I said, we're so far from the radar sites where you're not going to be able to get anything. You aren't going to see anything clearly. The whole reason that this got an observed tag is because there was emergency management that spotted it. But yeah, this spot always gives me the fits, truthfully. They need a new radar over here towards like South Oklahoma, or maybe even towards like extreme like southeastern Arkansas, somewhere. Because that's just too much range. It's too far to cover. Oh boy. The beam height is only 7.1. That's pretty daggone high. That's yet another tornado warning. Just another radar indicated tornado warning. This for Kent and Stonewall counties. This is moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. What's going on? This is 9 miles west of Jayton. It's also producing up to tennis ball sized hail and will be in Claremont within the next couple minutes. Still have our radar indicated storm over here towards Fort Knox and Baylor here. Hail size has been up now. We're dealing with 2-inch hail with that. We got these Alabama storms. We still have our observed tornado warning here. This is Lamar and Fannin counties. Yep, Shreveport again. Yeah, I don't see jack squat on here. Yeah, it's not really much translation there. Something. It's hard to see. This storm's starting to look a little sloppy on radar now. Yeah, this radar sight. Yeah, this radar sight is not really giving me much in the way of strong winds here. Might be seeing. Okay, that's inflow contamination. We did get a funnel out of that earlier though too, so have to keep an eye on that. I don't really know what to make of this situation here because this is not as organized as I originally thought it was going to be. Some broad rotation in there. Let me check something real quick. To the next SPC update, Tim? Let's check. I think it would be maybe within the next hour, I would say. It should be within the next hour. I'm gonna check again to make sure I have my info right. But usually, yep, it's within the next hour. I was right. Yeah, because they do it at about 1Z or 1 Zulu time, which is usually about 9 o'clock. Sometimes they'll do it early. I don't think the 1Z time frame has come in just yet. If it does come in, I wouldn't expect much of a change. I think they're still going to uphold the moderate risk and the enhanced risk for right now. The peak time for these storms looks like it's really going to be like somewhere between 10 and 11 Central Time. But there's only one way we'll be able to verify that, and that's just to wait and see. But I also don't think these storms are quite behaving as originally forecast either. We've had a lot of initiation well ahead of the forcing, and that could tamper with the environment. You're good. But what I'm thinking is my brain doesn't want to work. Yeah, what I'm thinking is, even though we've had initiation, I don't think it's going to be enough to use up the energy that's available. I think this potentially ends a little earlier because of it, though. Okay, we have an observed situation now with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this also has an EDS warning with it as well. This warning is for Ford, Knox, Wilbarger, and Baylor counties. A line extending from 8 miles south of Crowell to Truscott, 8 miles northwest of Benjamin, 17 miles southwest of Gillian. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is producing 80-mile-per-hour winds confirmed by storm spotters. This is considered to be an EDS, extremely dangerous situation. So widespread wind damage is being reported with this storm. This is where the winds are right here. Where you see this lighter shade of blue here that's going to be transitioning into darker color. That's where our strongest winds are right now. And that should be enough reassurance to prove that moderate risk still should be in effect. That Oklahoma storm that had the warning earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Let's take a look. Yeah, it is doing a weird thing. I've been noticing that the last couple of scans. If it cleans up that inflow, maybe it would be something, but I think this rain-cooled air off to the south is going to kill it. It's going to force it to rain itself out. Well, it could also be changing direction, and we may end up seeing like a gust front begin to occur. Maybe it'll start to bow out with this as well. There's still a lot of energy over towards this area too. Eventually, this part is actually supposed to move almost dead south. So a lot of weird motion is actually expected with this. So what you're seeing is what's forecast. It's just a little bit off. If it's a little bit off-putting, I can't lie. It's even off-putting for me. Dang. Trying my best not to let myself end up being like too stiff from sitting for so long. Our tornado warning over here towards northeast Dallas, or towards the northeast Metroplex, is about to expire. This lost the observe tag a little while ago, so now we're putting our attention towards this other storm, and mostly towards damaging winds now. Probably just got allowed to expire. Yeah, it does look weird. I don't disagree with you on that. I'm with you there, 100%, truthfully. Hang on a minute. Yeah, there's no wind out of that right now. Might lose a severe warning at the rate that's going. Alright, we're back down to one tornado warning. Freddie McKinney is on that tornado warning, by the way, further off towards the south where we've been looking. It's a really low hanging wall cloud there, too. Wall cloud's almost all the way to the ground. A lot of motion with it too, but I can't really show that to you guys. I'm not cleared to show his speed, so I'm not going to. But yeah, there is a lot of movement with that cloud. A lot of rising motion too, so it could be something trying to develop in there, but it's so hard to see it. There's a lot of scud going into that storm too. Yeah, the tornado warning in Texas. Freddie McKinney's on that storm. I'm watching his feed, but obviously I can't show it. I'm not trying to get in trouble. Yeah, it's a big storm. Those numbers do not surprise me. The environment's relatively uninhibited, too, so it's not much for the storm to compete against. Yeah, those updrafts are no joke. Heck of a shelf cloud on it. Beautiful lightning too. Man, I would love to be out there. Like right at the spot that he's at would be perfect. I'll link it to you on Discord. Ah, this thing is moving slow. Here you go. Alright, check your DMs. Yeah, he's on the move now, so. Yeah, he's just now moving out to get ahead of it. We'll see like kind of a donut hole starting to pop up here. There could be several different points where this thing tries to do something. Beautiful wall cloud and a shelf cloud. Thing's a beast. And that storm's been going for a minute too. There's no reason that it wouldn't keep going either. Just trying to see that, yeah, this had 80 mile per hour winds observed with it, so still might. Yeah, it just dropped back down to 70, but yeah, it's had a 80 mile per hour tag on it several different times. Okay, here's a better look at that wall cloud live, or that shelf. And then I guess there's a wall cloud back in the lowering. Yeah, that is a beast of a storm. That's putting it lightly. I think this is going to try to go outflow dominant. Once it does, if this becomes linear, that's when it's really going to become a nightmare. But also, this is where we're going to be watching Fort Worth come into the picture here once again. There might be enough time to where we get some recovery on the mesoscale side of things for this area. I don't think the storm's used enough energy over there, really, with it being almost like 5,000 surface cape over there. As strong as those storms were, I don't think they were strong enough. Yeah, these rain themselves out, so I don't know if there's... Yeah, I still think that this isn't going to change much for Dallas. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there too, actually. Man. There's still a little notch right here. And that's probably going to keep it in the game in regards to a tornado warning. Also has baseball-sized hail falling with this storm as well. There's the hail right there. Pretty easy to see it. Lights up that radar almost like a Christmas tree, truthfully. There's the core to go with it. I think Freddie's confident in the road network, and I think that's why he's not driving much faster. He's just chilling. If you have a good road network, you can be a little bit calmer. It's when the road network goes to trash, that's when you get really aggressive. This warning will probably be allowed to expire. Maybe we might see a new warning maybe pop off to the south. line was from the first Twister movie. Jeez, I have to remember. Jeez, I can't remember. And I just watched the movie too. Yeah, that's how you know I've been at it for a little bit. Once we get towards the 4 hour mark, my brain gets a little sloppy. I'm sneaking in some looks at the basketball game while I'm at it. Boys are playing. You can get better if you're going to be playing for the if it's the finals, you know. Ooh, in his face. Dang. Man, that shelf cloud is beautiful. This storm has a beautiful shelf cloud on it. I really wish I could show you guys. Oh, the tornado is right behind. Oh, okay, I think I remember what you're talking about now. I like this riff. I think this is the first one that I've heard. The first time I've heard this one. This is of course from Jacob Lazat. Love that riff. Looks like we have a little bit better view of that shelf on Freddy's stream. Anyone that's watching that. But yeah, on Freddy's stream, it looks like the shelf is starting to lift a little bit. I can tell that there's not anything on the ground. Still pretty low, but I don't see any tornado or anything like that. Nor do I see clear sign of rotation either. And they allowed that warning to expire too to go along with that, so that can further kind of Game 3 for the NHL Finals tomorrow night, but I'll be leaving the house at 7:30 a.m. Getting home at 11. Ouch. She's definitely a duster, that's for sure. Got another destructive warning on it. Yep, that's all wind. That's outflow. It's not a tornado. At least nothing that I can see from right now, from the vantage point that Freddy has to offer. Perhaps someone else might be seeing something. That line's beginning to develop now. I think I might grab some more ice cream. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab a quick little bowl of ice cream. And we're back. Okay. Looks like not too much has changed since I walked away for a moment. Look at all that. Oh man, he's got some serious dust over there right now. Yeah, that outflow boundary is kicking right now. I actually had breakfast nachos earlier. I actually had breakfast nachos this morning, Gumby. So, ironically, I had them. I had the NATOs set up before they even happened. Is Bethany, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. Is Bethany, Oklahoma going to be all right, or Bethany? I don't know why, but I have been botching pronunciations all day. Bethany, I think, is going to be fine now. At this point. Pretty much self-taught. I did go through the Skywarn course though, but that wasn't really all that hard for me. The north side of Oklahoma is going to be fine, dude. Oklahoma's just about done, truthfully. A lot more of the action's going to be towards North Texas. Not a problem. Yeah, I haven't taken any sort of actual classes from college per se. I'm considering it, but I don't know if but right now I definitely don't have the funds to even do that. Like, to get back into school would be a bit of a process, but I don't know. We'll see what the future holds. Just in case you might not have, just make sure you've hit that like button if you haven't already. If you haven't, definitely would encourage you to. If not, if you have, then thank you. Hey, I got plenty of family in all branches. Don't make fun of them like that. Come on. I know exactly what you're talking about. But, long story short though. Oh, wow. I just looked away, I'm sorry, I just looked at the basketball game. Holy cow. Up, foul. Wow. That's what Oklahoma City should have done the last game if they wanted to win. But that's besides the point right now. But long story short, though, I actually at one point was going to join the military. But fate stepped in a number of ways. And just ultimately I ended up not going. If I'm honest, it was probably for the best. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have still had my father around. I can't lie about that, but let's not make this about me. But anyway, though, we have, I would say that this storm is probably going to end up turning to the south, because remember what we were talking about earlier with that threat towards Dallas, Gumby, how the storms were supposed to be coming in from the north? That's probably why we're seeing that change in motion. More than likely, what's happening is that warm front is probably pushing further off towards the south. But I've been still seeing that on a lot of the model runs for tonight. So that change in direction is probably beginning to occur now. Also, little fun fact. Brother is Air Force. Dad was Army. Grandpa was Army. Uncle was in the Marines. The lineage is there. It's going to go east for a little bit, and then we're going to see this begin to shift more to the south. Because watch, you'll see it with these cells first, and then this is going to follow. Because these storms are already heading south, like east southeast. Now they've shifted towards more south southeast. Watch this turn. Watch this kind of hook around like this, and then head over towards like the eastern half of Texas. Stormrunner Media is actually in the dust cloud right now. They are literally in the outflow. That is crazy. They're truly in bonsai mode. That sounds about right. My brother works more on the logistical side of things. So if it turned east northeast, that's definitely not going to be helpful towards its evolution. If anything, it might make that thing fall apart more, because it's barely hanging on as it is. The only reason it would do that is if the split was trying to occur. And if a split was to occur, maybe this part would amp up a little bit, but that would increase the damaging wind threat because all that's going on to the southwest. If there was an open air zone, then I think the tornado threat would have went up. Because these other storms would have to merge most likely in order to really get themselves organized once more. Yeah, like I said, the whole thing's gonna end up turning south. So it's only a matter of time. It's only really a matter of time. All right. I just seen my horrible face. I'm just kidding. I hope it's not that horrible. I don't know if you're still here, Prince VR, but the severe thunderstorm watch expires within the next hour. So yeah, like I said, if you need further confirmation that you're done for the night, look no further than that. All of our attention from this point really looks like it's going to be shifting south. And like I said, I think with the action that we had earlier, ahead of the forcing, it might cause this event to end a little bit earlier. But jury's still out on that. I haven't looked at any models in the last hour, so I'm still trying to sift through data just to see what's what. New model run is just now coming in too, so I'm gonna have to wait. I might have to wait a few more minutes to get some good data, but we'll see what happens. The big wild card in all of this is just the amount of instability that we have over our areas of concern. So long as we have that, I wouldn't see any reason why these storms wouldn't be able to continue onwards still. That storm just north of Beaumont snuck to the south a little bit. Hang on, let me take a look at it. Where? What? Okay, hang on a minute. Could have swore I knew where Beaumont was. My brain, am I just having another brain fart or something? Oh. Yep. Oh, this storm is all the way over towards the border. It's a big hailer. But yeah, it's about what we were expecting. Because like I said, as this boundary pushes south, we're going to see everything start to turn more towards the south as we go later into the evening. Models have been hot on that for a minute now. And they're still remaining pretty consistent with it. Even some of the newest data that's coming in now. Yeah, it's going to be like a south to south-southeastern type of motion. Oh, you're in the middle of Liberty County, so you're not far. Oh, so you aren't far from it at all. You might get a little something here. It's just going to be a one-offer, but you might get a piece of it. I think it still is going to stay away from you, though. Depending on which way it wobbles. If it did start to wobble back just to the south-southwest, maybe. But I think it's going to keep, if anything, it's going to kind of nudge its way back east or stay directly south. And even then, it doesn't look like it's, from what I'm seeing on the models, it's more or less a shift. It's not necessarily going to go directly to the south. It's going to be like a very strong south component with a little bit of south-southeastward motion. But it's not going to a straight 6 o'clock true south direction. I guess that's really the best way to put it. Yeah, that's the downside to it. It's either you get the big storm or you get absolutely nothing. Been there, done that around here. Yeah, we've had plenty of rain here. I'd trade you a little bit, but then again, also, at least for these last couple weeks of the season at my job, I kind of want the yards to remain pretty easy to do. I think the last week of the season might be pretty dry, though. So, but yeah, we have plenty of rain to spare. I'd offer you a little if I could. I think we might have maybe a couple more opportunities on my end. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we do have some like slight rain chances tomorrow. Then after that, I think we're done for at least a little bit. Yeah, we still got a few opportunities. Loving that groove there that the kick drum has there. Freddy's going right through the rain shaft of this storm. It's incredible to watch this. It's gonna move through pretty quick. Oh, by the way, the basically you would say like 8 or 9 o'clock advisories come in now. Also, the power outages are starting to come in for Texas now. We're getting a heap of them. I'm actually going to pull that up on the screen momentarily. Oh wow, what happened here? I'm gonna delete that. Gotta make a new scene. This is the outage map, by the way. Texas has over 30,000 out right now. Got a new tornado warning, by the way. This is over towards Ardmore in Oklahoma. This is for Carter and Murray counties. This is near Milo, moving north-southeast at 15 miles an hour. This also has golf ball size hail with it as well. This is all radar indicated. We'll be heading through Ardmore, Lone Grove, Dickinson, Springer, Gene Autry, Milo, and northwestern Lake Murray. This also includes I-35 between mile markers 25 and 46. It's a radar indicated tornado, by the way. And it's right in that radar hole that I was talking about earlier. Why can't we get a radar over there? Thing pisses me off. This area always frustrates me so much. Okay, that line's starting to consolidate, and it's progressing pretty quickly, I would say. Oh, wow. Freddy's getting slammed here. He's got the wind. He's got the hail. He's got it all. Oh, wow. Could use the rain, but not the runoff. That's an interesting situation to be in. Yeah, they'll use those sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings too if the winds are strong enough. With the winds being as strong as they are, that's not unheard of. Every once in a while they'll happen here even. There's a really strong signature right there for a split second. See if we can pull that back up on the loop here. Yep. There it was right there. There for about 2 scans, and now it's gone. Potentially was a brief spin up. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that on CC. Oh, I gotta start the loop back up again. It turns off automatically whenever I whenever I go to a different radar mode. There might have been something there. It's hard to see it. I need to go split screen in order to see it. I think Freddy looks like a skinnier version of Dusty off of Twister, the original Twister. Definitely got the hair. Ah, daggone, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I can't confirm that that was on the ground or not. Looked a little suspicious, though. Maybe there was a brief signature, but it's really hard to tell. Maybe the tiniest little notch at best. That little notch is still there. Super broad rotation, but that outflow is crazy. Oh, there it is. There's one of those 100-mile-per-hour ones that we were waiting on. This is also producing up to baseball size or softball size hail, excuse me. So this is getting pretty dangerous. You have another one over here towards Haskell that looks pretty similar. Got 105 on that reading there. They got 70 mile per hour observed. This is probably going to get upgraded, given the nature of these storms. We also have another one over here towards Colorado City, Texas, that also has an observed tag for 70 plus. Probably has stronger winds than that on radar. Oh, here it comes. It's hitting them again. Wow, look at that. Wow, that is crazy. What I'm seeing on Freddy's feed right now. That is nuts. And they issued a tornado warning for that storm over towards Abilene. I can't get the siren to work. There we go. A lot of upgrades needed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's that little uptrend right there for sure. There's the notch. And there's like a little secondary area where rotation's broad here. It's two different areas. This could be a side lobe here, but either way, she's trying to spin up something. More than likely, I'm willing to bet that, yep, donut hole. Called it. I see no debris, thankfully. But this is producing at minimum tennis ball size hail in Jones and Fisher counties. And this also has the potential to produce a tornado. It's near Roby right now. Sylvester, Longworth, and McCauley. This is going to be on you guys right about now, actually. Rotation still seems pretty broad there, but those outflow winds, those RFD winds are looking crazy right now. Easily over 100. Maybe even higher. We're flirting with 110. See this little purple area in here? That's where those winds are the strongest. 108.5, so basically 109. Man, that's intense. Freddy's windshield is bashed up right now. And he's got rooster tails out the wazoo right now, which is crazy. We're in the voting poll here. We're well off to the races now. At this point, we're getting close to 10. I don't think we've quite reached it yet, but we're getting pretty close. So it's last minute votes. So we're in the votes here. Stomach is going crazy right now. Still screaming at me for the workout yesterday. Yeah, this is going to be on Dallas pretty quick. At the rate that we're going right now. We have our 2 boat out segments, so this is still playing out just about how the models predicted. The timing is actually pretty spot on still. Might need to watch this area off to the south here. It can get its act together. That might be the new point of interest. It's a nasty little couplet starting to develop there. We need to watch over here just to the southwest of Throckmorton and just to the southeast of Haskell. Uh-oh. What is this? What happened to my outage map? Oh, that's what happened. Okay. By the way, we have Texas now sitting at 43,000 outages. We're going to see it probably going in the orange here soon. Oh, so what ended up happening? I figured it out. I have my music tab playing on the same window as my outage tab. So where you're hearing the music from Jacob, I also have that window for the power outage map, and I needed to separate them. I forgot to do it. That's all that was. And now it's not wanting to behave at all. It's not like we need it that bad, do we? Alright, I fixed it. Never mind. Got it. Just wanted it to be difficult, that's all. There's already been reports of a 100 mile per hour wind gust here. Overall, I will say this much though. While things have slightly downtrended, we haven't seen a widespread bow echo or derecho. We still could see a regional event occur here. Probably hang out here until about 11 o'clock Eastern time or 10 o'clock Central. And I'm probably going to have to go to bed myself. Excuse me. We have some really impressive storms here still, though. And regardless of whether we end up getting anything on this southern mode here, which is really what I think is going to be the main event at this point, I would say that this will be the hot spot. Well, I just said all that backwards. Yep, that lets you know I've been on here for a bit, but what I was trying to say though was, even though we haven't had like a full-on derecho, this is still pretty dangerous. Even if you get one storm that's producing 100+ mile per hour winds, that's still extremely dangerous. There might be a chance I could get a camera over here towards Abilene. We'll see what happens with that. Got a new tornado warning, by the way, so we're going to have to hold off on that for a moment. This radar indicated warning for Bryan County. This is also has golf ball size hail indicated with the storm as well. This is 4 miles north of Cartwright, moving east at 10 miles an hour. This is in effect until 9:15 Central. Durant, Colbert, Keeley, Kemp, Meade, Hendricks, Cartwright, Lake Texoma, and Calera are in the path of this storm here. This is right in radar hole territory, unfortunately, though. Hopefully this Fort Worth radar can reach it. It doesn't look great from what I can see from there. Maybe KTLX might give me better luck. Not really. Ugh, I hate this spot. So frustrating. This is an active tornado corridor right here, and we don't have a radar, which is crazy. That is something I just do not understand. Not at all. So another new tornado warning. This is outside of Caddo, Texas. And this is going to be for Bryan and Atoka counties once again. This is Kennebec moving east at 10 miles an hour. So these are slow movers that are out ahead on that northern part of the line here. But Caddo, Balcheto, can affect Armstrong and Blue are in the path of this tornado warning storm. This is radar indicated and will be in effect until 30 past the hour here, so 9:30 Central Time. It's so hard to see anything with these, though. That's the only issue I have. We're like on the edge of the radar range here for the Oklahoma City radar. Like literally this spot here is known for having tornadoes, but we have no radar here. It's unbelievable. But yeah, that signature actually looks a little bit more pronounced. The Kinetic storm looks prolific, no pun intended, but definitely much more concerning signature here. Even the Calera storm looks a little bit more impressive than I originally thought. So I have my share of concerns with that. Depending on how this pans out, I may stay on later. I don't know. It's only if you guys need me on here. Huh, there's a Kinetic. Yeah, there's no K at the end on that one. Yeah, so I could, but I could see where you're getting at with that one. I would have been like, you would have been like, wait, but you told me. No, I get it. I would have been like, well, yeah, I guess I was wrong. It's heading your way, man. Need to get to your safe spot, bud. Alright, let's try KTLX again. Nah, I mean, I hate the fact that we can't see. So frustrating. Let's go with this, see what we got. Upper level rotation. I want to see the lower level. God, it's so frustrating. Middle tornado alley, and there's a radar hole. A really bad one too. Excuse me. Yeah, I think this storm has finally lost its tornado potential. Definitely looks outflow dominant. Might be still a little sneaky area of rotation, but I'm thinking, yeah, okay, it's completely outflow dominant. Alright. Good. So we're at least heading in a good direction. Because based off what we were seeing earlier on model runs, man. Yeah, I mean, it's a good play in his book, because there's going to be some people that need his help. Probably should head northwest. Northwest of Fort Worth is probably where he's going to be needed, or west of Fort Worth at this point. I think that southern mode might be the stronger mode, but I don't know. My question now is, with that northern mode coming into play, how much instability will be left over here? Because you have to keep in mind there were storms that fired over here earlier, and they took a lot of energy, rained themselves out, so a lot of questions, a lot of unknowns here. All right, Tim. Appreciate you tuning in. You have a good night, man. Hope to catch you next time. Try to have a video up tomorrow if I can. Yes, indeed. Hopefully no one was hurt or anything like that. It's my hope. Got another tornado warning. This is over towards Arlington here. Or Ardmore, excuse me. Gotta love the misreads. This is a radar indicated warning. Expires in 10 minutes here. This is for East Carter County. This is also potential to produce half-dollar size hail. This is near Dickinson right now. You have to also watch out for Ardmore and Gene Autry. I think this is a warning we were looking at previously. I don't know if it vanished off the screen or what. Yeah, I lost visual of it for a moment, but yeah, it's right there. Yeah, everything's radar indicated at this point, which is good news. This is just going to be allowed to expire, I'm guessing. So really, we're just watching these modes here to see what ends up happening over the course of the next hour. I don't know how, like I said, I'm really unsure of what to expect now. We've had a few extra, like I said, a few extra unknown variables with the storms that fired out ahead of it. Could make or break. It's looking like it's kind of breaking the system a little bit. PDS watch has just been issued for the Dallas Metroplex. PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. East of Roten, there's actually debris that has fallen. It may have been from a tornado. Up to 100-mile-per-hour winds are still expected. I want to try to stay up a little longer. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'm going to try to go for it. Screw it. I'm going to try to go for it. I'll try to hack this out as long as I can with you guys. I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't know if it'll be 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whatever it is. I'm going to try. Looks like we got an extension of that warning. Further off to the south now. And it's picking up, man. It's actually picking up a little bit. Seems like there's still pretty good confidence that we'll have some pretty strong storms ongoing towards this area as we get later into the evening. These are almost supercellular in nature too, which I find really impressive as well. Tornado threat has done a decent job of holding out as it's gotten further along to the east here. Two sections of a line here is what we're going to be watching for the rest of the stream. Once these submerge, I really think that damaging wind threat's going to really ramp up over towards the northeastern side of the Dallas Metroplex here. This section may very well stay north of the DFW though, which might be good news. The question really remains with this part of the storm here. This middle part is weaker than the rest of the setup here. However, if this interacts with the outflow boundary that was left over from earlier, which there doesn't seem to be much remnants of, maybe we could be talking about something. Like I said, a lot of questions still remain with this, but the environment here is so suitable, it's not really going to matter. Ardmore storm has been extended now. Or no, it hasn't. It'll expire within the next 3 minutes. I wouldn't have been surprised if it would have been extended given the nature of these storms. It's gonna be a long night. So power outages in Texas have actually dropped back down by about 5,000. We're gonna see those numbers kind of spike and also kind of dip periodically throughout the night. We may start to see more of an increase as we get later into the evening, though. Alright, here's another 80. Another radar indicated destructive severe thunderstorm wind. This one's moving dead south. It's kind of what I was talking about earlier. But this one's for the counties of Young and Stevens. This is in north central Texas. This is including the town of Breckenridge. It's going to be also into Hubbard Creek in the next 3 minutes and Breckenridge by 9:15. And this is not the first 80-mile-per-hour tag that we've gotten on this storm. It's actually had quite a few. The Throckmorton storm has now got a tag for 90 miles per hour now. So anyone in Fort Griffin and Woodson, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is already in Fort Griffin. This will be heading on US 183 and US 283. No time flat here. Storm speed is picked up to about 45 miles an hour now. Yeah, power outages are about to spike over in Texas right now. Surprisingly, they're spiking in my state. We're at about 42,000. Warning's been extended over here towards Denson and Colby, or Colbert. or the warning continues, I should say, for at least another 7 minutes. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. Anyone that's still watching. Is it for Eastern Oklahoma? Uh-oh, that ain't good. Oh, come on, don't do this to me right now. Shoot. There we go, it's working, it is working. I don't see a new one for Oklahoma. I see one for Texas. It's this right here. There could be a couple more severe storms around here because of the outflow boundary off to the west. That's what they're talking about. Yeah, Oklahoma, though, it's like maybe far, far, like southwest Oklahoma that's in this. But yeah, I've just checked. Oh, man. I gotta use the restroom, y'all. I'll be back. Yeah, that was... Yeah, that's Texas. It's not Oklahoma. Because the one in central Oklahoma, that was issued a while ago. That was issued like almost 30 minutes ago. But yeah, it hasn't popped up on here. Yeah, it's like the Texas Panhandle over towards like southwest Oklahoma, extreme like southwest Oklahoma. The last Oklahoma mesoscale was issued at like this is at like 8:22 Central. Wow, that's incredible right there. Yeah, I don't know why. That's weird that it just popped up at 8. That it's popped up. Because this is the only one that I've seen pop up recently. It's this one. Then again, I have a mess of stuff up on here, so I could have missed it. Sometimes I think all of the apps have had latency issues at some point. I remember a couple of streams, weather-wise, just was not uploading. Then after they did a couple updates, it got better. Maybe it's just time for a radar scope update. Who knows? That's got to be the watch. No, that's not the watch. Until 2. That must be for heavy rainfall. Oh, yeah, that's for the heavy rainfall. It's like there's no way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It will match if it would be the heavy rainfall, because that goes out at 6 Zulu, so I don't know. But yeah, it's not for severe warnings. Speaking of which, flash flood warning gets issued to go along with it. It was only a matter of time. Well, looks like the Fort Worth area is about to see it in just a little bit here. Yeah. Maybe it's the way you have yours configured. It's just different from mine. Hard to say. I've never gotten to use radar scope before, so I couldn't tell you. I do hope to change that very soon. I just need to check a couple of bills out, and then maybe I can do it. I just want this, it's a blue ring, and the one you have on here for rainfall is green, just like mine. All of my severe MDs are all red, just about. Either red or purple, I think. Or my convectives, as they're called. Yeah, I can't really change the colors on those either. But yeah, I got red and I got green and I got blue. That's all good. Oh. It's alright. Wait. Is this the one? No. Oh. No, that's not it. No problem, Mike. Happy to help. Hopefully I can stick around for a little longer. I'm trying to, at least. It's fine. I have too much stuff on my screen. I literally, like, to make sure that I didn't confuse myself, I went straight through the National Weather Service website itself. It's the advantage I have with 3 screens, is if I didn't, I would have been scrambling too. It's not your fault. It's nothing for you to be upset about. If you are upset, you shouldn't be. That's why I took such initiative. Oh. It is what it is. Speaking of which, where are my other severe thunderstorm watches? I know there's more in effect than just this one in New Mexico. What's going on here? Hold on a minute. I think, I mean, I know it's not that important, but I know for a fact that WeatherWatch should have the other watches up here. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't blame you. I don't blame you there. What's going on? What? Speaking of which, what's going on with weather-wise? Hang on, I have to refresh this again. Because the watch that was over Texas completely disappeared, but I already know that the Mexico watch is expired, so wonder what the heck is going on there. There we go. Yeah. That's much better. It's like, I know for a fact that this didn't expire yet. Talk about blast beats. I want to write stuff like that. We got an observed tornado warning now. This is for Bryan County. This was a confirmed tornado near Keeley. This was confirmed by weather spotters. Durant, Bochito, Keeley, Hendricks, Blue, Utica, Albany, and Collier are in the path of this storm here. It's a confirmed tornado. The warning is going to be in effect until the top of the hour. I hope that this radar site gives me good visual here. It's gonna suck if it doesn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see a whole lot from this. Pretty clear to me already. Yep. Gotta love that radar hole. Yeah, somewhere around here needs to be a new radar. Somewhere between Ardmore, Antlers, or Broken Bow. Somewhere around here needs to be another radar site, because the coverage over here is so abysmal. This is our observed tag. This one is radar indicated right here. Well, this game is over. I think OKC has that one in the bag. I think the thunderstorm made them stronger. All silliness aside. Got a 90 mph tag on this again, or okay, no, it's 80, but still, that's enough to prompt another siren here at the very least. So Breckenridge, unfortunately, is not out of the woods yet. Lake Daniel, it's no better, and then Necessity, this is going to be in your neck of the woods in the next 5 minutes. Eliasville, excuse me. Eliasville. Elion? Elin? Or I don't know how to pronounce that one, so forgive me. But Murray and Harpersville are also on the path of this storm. More 80 mph tags, so we're far from finished here, it seems. I'm gonna try to what I'm gonna try to do is hang out for 1 more hour. At least try to see these storms go through the Metroplex, and then after that I'm probably going to bed. Because I gotta work in the morning, unfortunately. Probably just go live for a little bit longer. I don't know, maybe I'll do it at the top there. I'm unsure. I mean, if I knew what kind of day I was gonna have tomorrow, then I'd be able to really decide. Oh, excuse me. Okay, got a considerable tag with that tornado warning on severe thunderstorm warning ones as well. Still have an 80 mile per hour tag here. So we've definitely hit 10. So we're nearing that 10 to 20 threshold now for sure. Dang, that riff goes crazy. Ooh, that hurt. I overdid that one. Okay, so they are moving south. So we're just maybe 1 or 2 polygons away from the Dallas Metroplex being included in warnings. Whitesboro? Its radar indicated they downgraded the observed. Let me see if Whitesboro's in here somewhere, maybe. Ah, it's this one. Okay, so this is that storm. This already has the EDS with it. This has that 90 mile per hour tag to go with it. Yeah, pretty much everything's in Texas now. Yep, there's our signature. Oh yeah, it was 8 minutes ago. So this is where it is now. There may be a point where that could have dropped. Or it may yet. Good catch. Excuse me. I'm here. Yeah, it looked at, yeah, 920. Yeah, just before 921 for me is when it looked about at its strongest. It's a pretty good scan. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just, yeah, there's another good scan over here. I think this is just before 929. But yeah, it looks like it's trying to either recycle or it's coming apart. There's the warning for it, which is super late. This had a funnel cloud earlier, but they're not going to mention that in the warning for Grayson County. But this is in Sherman, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This is going to be in Sherman in 4 minutes, along with Dorchester and Howe. Then Tom Bean in about 9 minutes. White Right is going to be at the top of the hour. Cannon, Bodie, Luella, South Maid, Ida, White Mountain, and Pilot Grove are also in the path of the storm. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, they missed that one. I mean, it happens to anybody, so I'm not going to judge them. But yeah, they kind of missed that one. Yeah, they're about 10 minutes late. I don't know how long those guys have been in the office today. But if they've been in since like maybe 2, then I would say that they're probably getting pretty tired. Because I've been on for about 6 hours. If it wasn't for this little notification difference that I had with the alarm chime, I probably would have missed quite a few by now. Even then, it still doesn't differentiate whenever we have just the regular severe thunderstorm warning and any of the destructive tags or EDSs. So I still have to manually look for those. And unfortunately, they don't get the same privilege. Oh, excuse me. I've heard a bunch of varying reports on just what exactly goes on in the office. All I know, it's far different from when I visited back there in the early 2000s. I don't know if they're short-staffed, if there's multiple people in different shifts, and I hear it varies from office to office. Thanks, Alien Dorf. I appreciate it, man. Unfortunately, probably within the next 45 minutes, I'm probably gonna have to go to bed because I gotta go to work in the morning. Uh, hate that. I really do hate that. Cause I at least want to see this clear the Metroplex. I'd feel a little bit better about that. I mean, there's still quite a population zone over here off to the east. But if I can cover the densest area, that would at least make me happier. Really want to cover the event from start to finish, but there's only so much I can do. Because I'm going to be racing against severe weather tomorrow. Yeah, because I already know with them being a government entity, I don't know the situation with it now, but I know they're 24/7, so yeah, 3 8-hour shifts should be right, but the way everything is now, who knows? It could be 10, 12, 16. It's even. Nothing off the table, really, at that point. Yeah, it looks like I'm racing against severe weather tomorrow. So it looks like by noon, I have some action for my own area. They shouldn't miss things like that. People are human, man. People are human. Now, if it becomes a common occurrence, then okay, that's different. You got a whole mess of storms here. You have like 3 of them. Well, at least it's not in a radar hole now. That's nice. Well, it's still kind of far from the radar, but we can work with it. I don't think the gate's that great. Hang on a minute. Yeah, that radar's still kind of far. So gate to gate means pixel to pixel. Maximum right now, the gate to gate would be like 51. So with these two touching, that would be your gate to gate. So gate to gate is actually pixel to pixel. So with this red and this green area touching right here, if you add those two together, that's how you get your number. It's only showing 51, really. So I see 38, and I see 13.4, so that's 51.4. Like, if it was like an example of like maybe blue up against red, then that's some serious gate to gate. But yeah, it's only 51. Yeah, so the gate to gate isn't all that strong. You have 60.4. You're probably zoomed in just a tad bit tighter than I am. No? Nah. I don't see any part where you would have 60. At least not on my radar. Maybe over here? Ah. Yeah, I never saw it though. Ah, you were off by a scan. Yeah, that'll happen. If you're using a different app, it happens too. So I mean, like I said, nothing I'm stressing over. Let me see if I'm on the right radar site for this. Okay, I can see 60. A couple different areas. Hmm. That's, I wonder which radar site you were looking at. 'Cause I sure didn't see it. Ah, maybe. Are you sure? Because that's what I was looking at, and I never saw it. I never saw it at all. Maybe you're looking at a different mode. Maybe you're looking at base velocity, which I don't think I have on here. I have storm relative velocity, but I don't think I have base velocity. Oh, you can confirm that it's base. Yeah, I don't have that, so I'm not going to be able to see it. That's one of the few things that I do not have on weather-wise just yet. I'm pretty sure it's coming because they talked about another update coming, another big update coming soon. This would even include like weather models. I don't know when that's coming out though. Weatherwise is a new app. Weatherwise is pretty new. They're still programming this thing as we speak, honestly. Like Radar Omega, for example, still has like the weather models that you could go with. Like, for example, weather-wise, like they don't even have a loop for their satellites yet. As good as this app is, there's still so much more that they're working on. Got okay, so this has been extended. So this warning now includes Ector, Bonaham, Lake Bonaham, and that's going to be on them within the next 4 minutes. Bonham State Park and Dodge City within the next 24 minutes. Also got to look out for Ridings, Boyd, Cotton Center, Allen's Chapel, Allen's Point, Dial, Bug Tussle. That name, I don't know why it amuses me so much. But Bug Tussle, Ladonia, Lannis, and Wyndham. These areas were under a warning earlier, and I wonder why they seem familiar to me. I think it was when we had those discrete cells earlier. Yep, that's another update. Alright. Okay. Sorry. Dang. Okay, so that's not 90 anymore, it's an 80 though. We might be seeing this weekend a little earlier than expected once again. We still have a couple of 80s, and this one's going to be heading awfully close to the Metroplex here. Might miss the heart of town. We got a couple of those with 80 mile per hour observed here. So this next polygon is going to probably end up being for the Metroplex. Right at the top of the hour, we're staring down those warnings in Dallas. I'm going to try to see if I can't get a camera up there. Been a pain to try to find anything over there lately, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna try it again. Earlier I had no luck. I hate that the DOT cameras are all still shots. Yeah, Dallas. All the Dallas cams are DOT that I can use. The only ones that aren't are Earth cams, and you can't use those. They will come after you for that. Isn't that nice? I'm trying to find a rail. I'm pretty sure there was a. I could have swore there was a railway cam. There we go. I think I might have found something here. Hold up. Hold up. Come on. Give me something. Please. Give me something to work with here. Well, okay, I got one. It's a night vision camera. It's in black and white, but it's gonna have to do. It's all I got. All right. Gotta make a couple adjustments here. Sorry. There we go. I don't think this is facing to the north, and that's the only disadvantage that we have, because I'm pretty sure we would have seen the lightning otherwise. I think we're facing off to the south here. Like I said, this was really the best I got, unfortunately. So, I'm just trying to make do. I don't know what that was about. That looks pretty nasty outside of Bonham. I don't know if that's legit or not, considering how far away from it is from the radar. Okay, there's some lightning. Yeah, we're facing to the south. I can tell that much already. Either to the south or to the east. There we go. Got a good view of it now. We're about 70 gate to gate, maybe a little bit higher. Yeah. Yeah, we were watching this one earlier. We might just have gotten like a tiny little snippet of maybe a better reading. It's hard to tell from that range though still. That's the only issue. Oh, my legs. My legs are cooked from yesterday. Yeah, like I said, this area gives me the fit every time. The areas that always stick out to me most, there's one towards like Missouri, southern Missouri, particularly this region here. This area like infuriates me. And then this one that we're in right now, that's another. And then I think there's one maybe over towards like eastern parts of like Arkansas and Mississippi, if I remember correctly. There's a few others that also kind of frustrate me too. I think there's like central Nebraska that's difficult. And then there's also maybe like that central Nebraska, northern Kansas one might be a pain. Excuse me. Yeah, a lot of times what I end up just having to do is just kind of looking at reflectivity and just kind of hoping that we can get some kind of velocity that matches up with it. If it doesn't work, then it is what it is. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like, there's just no, like, there needs to be a radar, like, right here, somewhere between Texarkana and at least Ardmore. Put it in the center, so that put it like somewhere towards the border, not far. Not, I would say maybe 30 miles from Sherman or something, and that would cover the gap. You could even go as far north as maybe even like Atoka or maybe Colgate or something in Oklahoma. It'd be the perfect spot. Fills the gap perfectly. Wouldn't even be an issue at that point. I guess, but if you do a next rad radar, suppose you have to have a station over there too and people to upkeep it. And I guess we don't want to go through the logistics of that, but that area is always going to be susceptible. Heaven forbid a big one were to go through there, but watch who would get blamed for it. Sulphur Springs? I could kind of see that. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna stick with what I was saying. Probably like McAllister, between McAllister and Atoka, I'd say. That would be my sweet spot. Right there. not so close to where there will be confusion between jurisdictions, but not so far away to where there's a huge gap in coverage. Because when the radar sites get too close to each other, that becomes an issue. Like, you get good coverage over here, right up to this point towards like east central Oklahoma, up towards like Eufaula and Stigler. There's like a small gap right here before you shift over to Fort Smith. But we just don't have that over here between Norman's radar and then Shreveport. Or shoot, even a local radar would be really good over here towards like Fort Townsend or something. I don't know. But either way, this just nothing here at all. It's crazy. I mean, if they've been making it work for a long time off, fair play to them all, but it's only going to work for so long. Dang, this is taking its sweet time heading into Dallas. I only got a few minutes left before I'd have to go to bed. 'Cause I can't stay up much later. 'Cause I really have to be up at like almost 5. And it's almost 11:15 here right now. What a mess. Would love it if these storms would weaken too. I'd feel a little better if that happened. But guess we can't always get our way, can we? There is some good news to be had here right now. These storms that are off to the west, they don't look like they're too bad for right now, but we know how quickly things can change. Man, I hate this. I really do hate this. I know. I want to be here. I want to be live for it though. But I mean, I know there's not many people left watching, but sheesh. There's 6 of you. That's fine, dude. Don't do that. There's not... Yeah, there's 6 of y'all watching. Okay. Well, it might be... And not all of you, it might be maybe 1 that's actually in an area of interest. Alright. I'll go to bed. Yeah, if there was more of you, I'd try to push to like 12. But even then, that's starting to get out a little bit, because I've been getting like 20 stops at work anyway. I've been having to do like almost 20 yards a day at least. All scattered across town as of late. So, yeah, I'd need a rest. So I can't slow the rest of that team, the team that I work with, down. Alright, y'all. Well, I hate to do it. I know I gotta go to bed. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, everybody, I'm gonna call it a night here. True. Alright, well, everybody, I'm gonna call it a night here. By some chance, anyone here is still that's watching is still over here, and there's a warning for Dallas. Warning has been downgraded from 50 to 60, from 80 to 65 miles an hour. So we've had a decrease there. But if you happen to live in one of these areas tonight, still be on the watch for all modes of severe weather. At this point, the main threat to be concerned with would be damaging winds. Tornado is still not out of the question, but the threat is slowly but surely dropping off. Make sure you have either a weather radio, make sure that your phone is on, make sure you have notifications on in case anything decides to go crazy over towards your area as we go through the overnight hours. Nocturnal storms are often the most dangerous and unfortunately the most deadly. So, that being said, make sure that you have a way to get warnings overnight and to be woken up if necessary. But that's all I got. I got to get ready for work in the morning. Appreciate you all. Everybody take care and have a wonderful rest of your night.